All right, welcome back. Let's see, 1 second here. All right. Yo Nab, welcome back. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna refill my coffee here. Started learning PHP. Oh, nice. Hope that goes well for you. And SQL, MySQL. Yeah. Yeah, that's one way of building websites. Very simple. I mean, PHP is very. I think it's pretty intuitive for, you know, making some kind of backend. It's actually kind of nice. I'm not super big fan of the syntax though, but I mean, I think yeah, it's like an old language, but it yeah. I mean, what I mean by the syntax is the variable names basically, or the variable $sign thing. I'm not that big of a fan, but I mean, actually, like PHP really simplifies a lot of things when it comes to that, and it's probably pretty nice with HTMX because it's like very, you know, that's what PHP does. It's like it produces HTML basically. Are you using any kind of framework like Laravel or something? All right, so the debugger. So we started on the debugger a little bit. It's a TUI, so terminal-based user interface, and I chose that over, for example, making like an API with the server and all that, and like a HTML interface, which I'm very familiar with, but I wanted to learn something new, so I decided to make it into a terminal-based UI, which could be kind of cool. And yeah, so because I've already been a little bit into like terminal-based stuff because of well, actually, it was when I tried to make like a terminal, kind of like a not really an emulator, but basically emulating some of the ANSI codes, like moving the cursor and colorizing and stuff. So I didn't know that before, but now I do. And I think that we're well equipped to actually build this thing. So we have the basic foundation. We have like, we have the step command. So we have commands, basically a basic thing of doing commands. We have the step command, which steps through to the next thing. We have the quit command, and that's what we have right now. I'm not going to add anything else because we'll add it once we know what to do with it. And then we also have like standard in processing. I added this in between here because, yeah, I did. And what we do have is we have command history as well. So we have command history per session, I guess we could say. And you can step like up and down. And what we have here is like up arrow goes to move command history cursor. And we also have like, yeah, we have up and down. Okay, and that's basically what we have right now. Now, it also works with, like, if I show you here, we go to the thing and we source session. So now we're in the debugger. And if I say step, it will step through the next thing. And then I can press up, because now we have step in our history to get step here. And then I can step up again to, well, now we kind of exited the cursor, like history here. So if you press up again, we will kind of repeat, we go back to the start. If you press down, you will go from the beginning of the history. So it's kind of like moving through a list where up is like going from bottom to up and down is going from top to bottom. Where the top is the first in the history and the bottom is the last in the history. So that we have. What we don't have that I want to show is backspace. So we basically have to like implement these things here, which I like because I think it's nice. Anyway, it's actually not that difficult, especially if like \B works without issue. So I think what we can do is basically go to debugger, and I made this little framework here for handling like standard in the process of that. So we have this standard in handler, which consists of a matcher and a function. So the idea here is that we would take whatever comes in from standard in, we would try to match it against this standard in handler. And if we get some kind of sequence that is, for example, pressing up or down, we will match that with a matcher, and we would execute the handler function when we match that. And here's the handlers for up and down. Well, the functions, the handler functions that will like the callbacks, I guess you could say. And so the callbacks look like this. You get like IR debugger to be able to modify the debugger state. And then you have the matched text, which for up is always constant, so we don't really need to look at that. And then we return, well, we execute this history up, which goes up by 1, and we get back a command. We could get, it's an optional, so if you don't get back a command, that means we're out of history. So we just return an event that causes, that says that, hey, we should replace all the text in the current, like in the prompt with nothing. So we replace everything with nothing. So we're basically clearing the text, which could probably be its own event, but we just replace all text with nothing. So actually, you know what? We can actually, what you can do is you can say, we make a function that is called clear, and this returns an event, and we just replace all with text empty. So that's now the clear. So now instead of doing this, we can actually say clear to make it clear that we want to clear. Okay, there we go. Awesome. I really like that feature there. So we just have the clear event. Otherwise, we want to replace the text with this command. All right. And same thing here. We could just replace this with .clear now. There we go. It doesn't even have to be a function. It can actually be a constant because, but whatever. It doesn't matter that much. Okay. Now, how are they matched? So this is like a list of handlers, which describes any handlers that we want. So here's the up handler. So it matching. If you get this sequence of bytes, that means we have pressed the up button. So what's this? What this is this is the escape ASCII code. 27 is the decimal number. I think it's, well, you can convert it to hex and print it as hex. Maybe that's more familiar, but this is in decimals because that's how that's how I figured out how it was, and I just put it in here, like copy pasted it in here, because I logged out whatever came in from standard in, so I just pasted it in here, and it works. So this is the escape code. This is open bracket, yeah, straight bracket, and then this is, I think it's capital A or something like that, yeah. So that's the code for moving up, and here's the code for moving down. So you have the same opening sequence, which is escape and open bracket, and then I think capital B. So that's for moving down. So we have those two. Now those are the only ones we have. So we don't have like moving left or moving right or end, home, page up, page down. You know, we don't have what is it? Backspace or delete. So we would have to kind of implement those. But let's start with backspace. So we simply add another one here, and well, okay, let's do this actually. Let's do enable this logger for processing standard in. So whenever we get something standard in, it goes into this process thing, and we write out what we actually get here. So I'm gonna start the program, make sure it's compiled, and start it, and I will press backspace, and there we can see this is the code for backspace here. So 127, interesting, and because that's like all ones, right? It's all ones after 128. So okay, so then we have the code, so we can just say that, hey, if we match 127, then we should do backspace, which we don't have a handler for. So let's create a handler here, and backspace. Oops. And we don't care about the input there. What we're gonna do is we are going to say, well, we need some kind of event, and we don't really have an event for this. So we need to make like a new event. We could just simply have like the backspace event. We could have we could also make maybe like a print event, which would try and print, or write event, which would just write a character. So maybe we'll have a write event, which is just a text here. So this would append onto whatever is there, is the idea. And so let's make a write event, and the write event is going to be, we're not trying to do this, we're trying to do /b here, or yeah, /b. There we go. So I'm gonna try this. If this doesn't work, we have to kind of manually implement this. Oh, okay, I'm gonna check what is the ANSI code for, or ASCII code for this. So the ASCII code for backspace is over here. So we got 8. All right, simple enough. Okay, just curious, what is 127? That is delete. Interesting. So what would we get for delete, but for the delete button? Okay, well, okay, so this would be what was it, 8? So let's try that. I'm not sure if that's the correct thing, the correct, you know, /b traditional. We could do a quick test using node. So we will do like b. So there you go. There's the thing. But we want to make it into a number. I forgot how to do that. I think it's like char at 0. No, char code at, yeah, 8. Okay, so it is 8. Okay. Right, so now here we have to handle this new event. So we'll get the text that we need to write out, and we simply do self print text or write all. Don't have to print it, we can just write all. And then we'll do the same for the command writer, because we have like a command buffer. We also, this is for standard out. This is for the command, like the buffer for the command. So we'll simply do this to append the text to whatever we have already. And oh, we got some kind of error somewhere. Oh, self is not used, fair enough. Okay, let's see now. So we'll try to, oh, oops. Actually, you know what? Let's check what is delete. Oh, delete is like 4 bytes. Interesting. I'm gonna copy that as well because I want to get that as well. So I'm just gonna copy that and say this is delete. Okay. Hello, user ... Hello, hello. Yes. Are you the same guy or same person? Can you teach me this from scratch? How much do you pay? No. What do you know? What kind of level of knowledge do you have right now? I do like teaching, or well, I'm not that good at teaching, but I do like talking about programming and discussing it. And you know, if you have any questions, I can answer them. It's kind of hard to teach, especially from the start. I think it's a very interesting problem, like, because when you're used to programming, you kind of forget how it was when you first started out, and how you have to make things make sense before you can move on. So it's not an easy task, I will tell you that. Well, not for me anyways. All right, so that's backspace. Now I want to disable you. Actually, you know what, while we're on here, let's just do the other ones that we need. So let's build. So what we need is, let's do home. Whoops. Home and, oh. Okay, so this is home. Home. Oh shit, where did it go? Over here. Home end is the same except for that. Let's go over here. And what else do we want? Page up maybe? Let's just grab those. Page up. Page down. Interesting. Oops. Page down. What else do we want to have? So we got like backspace, delete. I mean, shift, is that really a thing? No, it's not. Okay, cool. Good. I mean, insert is in. I'm not gonna do insert though. Like the F keys. Okay. I'm probably not gonna do the F keys. And tab 9. Okay. That could be cool to have, like tab is just 9. Okay. Yeah, I think that's probably gonna be good enough for now. All right. Now let's disable that. Now we're gonna try out the backspace handler. So type something in. Okay. So it did went back, but it didn't delete the. Okay. Well, I mean, it kind of works, you know. But we need. Okay. So we need to actually do. Okay. We'll need to do like. Where is that backspace? There. So we'll do like 8, which is, you know, B, and then we'll do space, and then 8 again. So that will go back, write space over where you were, and then 8 again. Actually, you know what? This doesn't suffice, because a real backspace would. This only works if you're at the end. But okay, we'll see if it works. There we go. Okay. Oh yeah, one thing that I forgot was left and right. Oh, left and right just works by itself. That's actually okay. Well, that's actually kind of cool. You can see how the backspace doesn't really work when you're in the middle. It should, like, you know, it should delete the things in between. So let's work on that. Also, left and right, I should probably add handlers for those. Like right now, they are straight going to the print out thing. So it just goes right and left. I'm going to get those as well. So we got these two here are. Oops. Are those? Oops, that's the wrong thing. There we go. Oh. So this is left and right. All right. Now let's make the backspace work here first. So backspace. We need a separate. So we kind of need a separate event for this. Right doesn't really suffice here, but it would be, you know, we could still just still have this event, I guess. So we could have maybe like a delete event, because you could, like, backspace deletes things that are before, while delete button deletes the thing that are on the cursor and then keeps the cursor on the same. Yeah, so backspace, it goes back, it moves the cursor back one step, and it also like moves everything to the left. well, delete, well, you could say it deletes on the cursor, stays, backspace moves back, and then does a delete. So it's kind of like a two-part thing. So I think what we'll do is let's make a delete thing, and I will give this a range. The range is actually, well, let's actually move you out here. And we have you as a thing there. Yeah, so we'll do delete and none. So actually also what we want to do is the event. We probably want to return a list of events now actually. But but that's gonna be an issue maybe, because we need to like handle those events. Maybe we could have like a buffer. No. Or we just make a new event that combines delete and write, maybe. Yeah, whatever. Delete and, well, write and delete, because write happens first. So this would be a struct where write or text is that, and then range is that. All right. Because otherwise we would have to allocate a list and that or like an array and or a slice, and then have to deallocate and all that. So let's just make a different event that has both. Because what you could do, maybe like if you were working in any other, or not any other, but if you were working like in a higher like garbage collected language, you would be able to say like, hey, I want to have one case where this is like I don't know, composed, and this would be a list of standard handler events, and then you could like go through each one, so you handle that there. But that's not really what we can do here. Or you could have like pair, so you have like a tuple of standard event. The problem here though is that now we don't know what the size of this union enum is, because you could potentially have as many pairs as you want. Like this could be a pair, this could be another pair, and so on. So what you could do though is you could make another struct that has the pair itself, and which would have like the inner event, which would be like a single event, and then this would be like a multi-event or something, whatever. But anyway, you can't simply return a list. You have to kind of deal with it somehow. So, but this is gonna be yeah, that's what I think anyway. But then there's functions like file, current working directory, real path, for example. Now look at this. This actually creates we return result, which is taken from out buffer. Oh, that's just passed in. Okay. Oh, I thought they did this differently. Wait, which was the function that did not have a buffer? Maybe they changed it. Or maybe it's something else. I don't know. Anyway, whatever. Switch on. Yeah, so delete, that would be like, that would be handled here the same way actually. So we would need to do yeah, we would need to like do some kind of thing here. The weird thing is going to be the standard out thing, I think. We should have the line kind of buffered in this command writer. So what we could do is like delete the line here, which we are doing here. We're kind of clearing the line here. This is a clear line thing. Clear line is whatever's going on in here up to this part. Actually, we could remove that one. So this is like a pure clear line. It will clear the line, but it will keep the cursor at the same place. It's like an it's an ANSI code here. So this would, so we do clear line. So now you can kind of see more of what's happening there. Okay, and for delete, I'm thinking we have control over the like the command writer buffer, so we could like delete characters in the middle there. But for the standard out, you have to think about the like the terminal, the line there, how to deal with that with these codes here. So, I mean, maybe there's actually a code for this. I don't know. I'm gonna look this up and see escape codes. Select graphic, sum control. Okay, so we have a bunch of cursor stuff. Erase inline. Okay, erases part of the line. Clears cursor to the end of the line if end is clear. Okay, well, what does this change? It erases part of the line. Does it like also remove the thing? I guess we can try this one. You also have erase in display. Clears part of the screen if n is 0, missing clear from. So it's like n from cursor to end of screen. Okay, so it doesn't care about the lines. So let's try this one. So we got n, so number and then k, which is gonna be, so this is clear line. I guess. No, but this is different, I think. 2k. If n is 2, clear the entire line. Oh, if n is 1, clear from cursor to beginning of line. If n is 2, okay. So 2 means clear the entire line, independent of where the cursor is. I see. So we already kind of have this here. This is clear line. So that doesn't really work for what we want to do. There's a bunch of different graphic stuff, colors. All right. So I think we need to kind of manually deal with this. Wait, where's the thing? You also have these very basic things like backspace. You know, it moves the cursor back. backwards wrap if cursor is part of start of line. Well, okay, so this, for me, that actually just went to the beginning and then it stopped. Maybe I should have a handle for that as well. Form feed. Move a printer to top of next page. Usually does not move horizontally, with the programs should not rely on this. Okay. It's kind of interesting these old terminal-based things have such specific things. Okay. So clear line does not work for that. So, well, we could still use clear line and try to get back to where we were. Maybe we can... Do we even know where the cursor is? Can we get the position of the cursor? I think we can, somehow. There should be some way of getting data from this. Okay. Cursor position moves, cursor to the row, and okay. Device rest status report. I think this is the one we could take. Reports the cursor position by transmitting this, where n is the row and m is the column. So we could actually use the standard in processor for processing to. So I think if you emit this, it will like put instead that in, maybe. Reports by transmitting this, where n is, yeah. And then I do have a matcher for that, because we need to know the position. So let's make a function for, well, let's just make a special function for this. Get cursor position. Row, column. All right, now let's do actually, let's just get self here so we can access the writer. And this is the code. So the code, the escape code would be, or yeah, to, well, actually the code for requesting is this. So request, and this is the response. So request is gonna be CSI 6N. So this is gonna be like, well, let's actually make CSI as a thing here. Where did that go? CSI is gonna be this. That's CSI. Request position is CSI plus 6N. Wait, what is N though? Hello, Faltusa channel. What's up? Welcome. Wait, so what is this n here? Is it just a literal n, maybe? Because it's not like cursive here. Okay, I guess I'll interpret it as the literal n. So 6n is request position. Okay, so we don't need to do this. The response is that. So let's do self write all request position. Okay, that will write it to standard out. And presumably we would read this, we would get these now in standard in. So the thing is, it's kind of like buffered and stuff, so we need to kind of do this like in between, I guess, in between processing the standard in, perhaps. Like we call this over here. So this is like the main loop here. And we have get command, which will stream standard in to this. But I think maybe before maybe this should be put as like a standard in processing thing. Like we have a function that does this thing here, or even all this here. Yeah, so we have a function that does all of this, which is basically just, hey, forward whatever is in the standard in buffer. And this could be part of this matching thing. So we're matching the position update of the cursor coming in here, which would make that work there. I'm not sure if we need to do that. I'm just gonna see that if we need to do that, like once we've streamed through something, the buffer should be emptied right here. But here's also like, if we have anything in the buffer, we just write that and return. There could still be more in this, in like the underlying stream here. And if there is, and then you request a position, then the position is gonna be like not part of that thing. I'm not sure actually. Or if you potentially, no. I guess we can just try it. We could just say, okay, well, after this, we should get those, whatever it is. It's like CSI, so that's, yeah, this is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bytes. So I think this is like a reader error. So we're trying to get that. That should get us... Okay, so we got a slice of 6. And... then... yeah, and then we get... Well, then we can return row was what? N. So 0, 1, 2. Column is 3, 4. There we go. Interesting, that limits the cursor position to be a byte. Or actually even less if you have like... Oh, maybe. Yeah. Anyway. Maybe there's other modes to do that. Okay. Okay, so that should be that. Hopefully. Let's hope that that works. Because we have the like, standard in reader and buffering and all that. But yeah. At this point, we should have already read from standard in. So let's get the position. Okay. And right. So we need to do delete both in the command writer and also on the standard out line thing. But now we have the position. I'm not sure if we actually needed that though. We actually do. We already kind of already... No, we don't have the position actually. Yeah, so we have the column. I think it's 1 indexed. Probably. Maybe. But how... Okay, so how would we deal with the command writer? So I think there should be something here. Delete, clear, remove, replacement, ordered. There's no ordered remove. Maybe there is here ordered remove. No. There is like consume, but that takes from the start. So and there's like rebase, which I'm not really sure what it does. Maybe that's not what we need. Let's see. Undo. No. What do you do? Undo. Okay, that just backtracks like from the end. Well, we're gonna need to do that also, but okay. So there's no convenient, easy way to do this. Maybe, I don't think. I mean, okay, what we could do is this. We could get like after slice, which would be command writer written or buffered, and we're gonna start at position column to the end. So that's the slice that's like after the deletion, which we need to like move to the left one. So now the buffer is kind of referencing itself now, but I think it's fine because it's gonna probably copy from itself fine here. So if we say command writer and then we go back, like position column. No, we have to go back. And no, what is it? Buffer length. No, it's not buffer length, it's end, right? Yeah, end. Is it end minus column? No, it's no. Or is it? Like if column is 2, yeah it is, yeah. And minus column, so that we will go back that number of steps. And then we will write all after slice. Okay, we will see the effects of this. We could change it accordingly. But then basically what we need to do is we're gonna do print clear line. And then we also print the command. So clear line. Actually, we need to go back as well. We go back. I mean, technically, we don't need to clear the entire line. Maybe we can. Okay, maybe we clear the line until the end. Actually, yeah. Clear line to end, from cursor to end. Which was what? That was K with 0. So this clears clear to end. We don't do this. Here we actually just do this. Now this probably moves the cursor actually. So we need to like reset the cursor after this, I think. So there is a cursor position thing. Cursor set cursor position. Oh, print. Let's do write all CSI plus. No, it's print, right? Because we need a position, of course. So we'd have N, which is row, and column, and then H. Okay. That will set the positions there. So position row and position column. And they are one based, I just read, so There we go. Now we got set, get and set cursor position. And after this, we reset the cursor position back to where it was. Because I think that when you print this, it's gonna move the cursor. So I'm pretty sure, because it's moving the cursor whenever we were right to stand it out, and moves, like the cursor gets moved as you print characters, like printable characters. So I think you have to do this. Okay, so basically here we are getting the slice that we need to print after. Actually, I think it's probably safer to just duplicate this. And to make it like, you can also make this more optimized, I guess, by not using an allocator here, but using like a buffer. There is a thing called the stack fallback allocator, which you can use here. So fallback allocator, need to make it mutable, is equal to standard heap stack fallback, and we set the size to something small there, and then the fallback allocator is this. So basically this is like, okay, it's an allocator. Once it runs out of, this is put on the stack, and once it runs out of like bytes on the stack, it will turn to the backup allocator. So now we can get the allocator by saying fallback allocator.get, and we can say, instead of self allocator, we can use this allocator now, and this would be using the stack fallback allocator instead. So we don't have to do like a syscall to get some memory just to store this little string here. What you also could do is just make a buffer and like copy the thing into the buffer as well, but whatever. Let's just do it like this. Okay, so now we're making sure that this is stored in a like safe place and not being overwritten over by the things that are happening down here. Okay. Now it's not 100% certain that this command writer will do the correct thing because of the one index here and all that. It could be a one-off error somewhere here, but we'll see. Okay, so that's the thing there. So we get the after slice, the slice after the cursor here, or from the cursor position to the end. We get, well, actually it's a one index, so we should get the one after the cursor to the end. Which could, actually, this could be a index error if you do it at the end. Okay. Let's do like after start is min of command writer buffered length -1. I think, yeah, because if we're at the end, we should actually delete the last thing. Actually, yeah. I'm pretty sure that's how I want it to be. And then column there. Yeah. And then we're using that instead here. After start goes all the way to the end. All right. So we get that from the cursor to the end, or after the cursor to the end. We go back. Actually, we don't need to do this calculation. We could just say after slice length, right? We go back that many, however many we need to go back, we go back there. So if we have like 3 characters and we delete the one in the middle, start it is at 1, so the slice will be 2 length. So this would go back 2 steps. And now we only have the beginning there, yeah. And then we write that back. no, if the cursor is at 1, after slice should be index 2 to 3, which is the length. And then, so the length of that will be 1. So we go back 1. Actually, we should go back 1 more. So +1. Yeah. We go back 1 +1, then right over that. Okay. Also, this is kind of weird because we're using a range as well, so we kind of need to kind of repeat this, or maybe not repeat, but we will have to work this out here as a range if we want. It's not really what we need right now, though. We just need to actually delete 1 character. We could make it work for several characters, I guess. Also, the range is is actually put in here. Actually, you know what? Let's just remove this this data here and not have range at all. Let's just make a delete a 1 character thing for now. Okay, and it's using the position to calculate where we should delete the thing. Okay, so there we go. Once we have that, we undo, we write over, and then for this we clear the line to the end, from the cursor to the end, and then we write after slice. That should delete the thing on the cursor, I'm pretty sure. Okay, and then we do position there. Now I do realize it's going to be an issue with multi-line things, but whatever. Okay, switch must handle always with this. Yes, so we have like write and delete as well. Now, what I'm thinking here is very basic, so I'm just gonna say self, what was this called? Handle standard in event is gonna be write text. Okay, so we'll do that first. Before slice. Oh yeah, there's a before slice. Wait, before slice. Oh, that's the slice. Right, that's the slice that has like, we have some if you have some characters before. That really shouldn't happen, but it could happen maybe if you paste in some bytes. And now we have some characters that came in before this actual like command, so we have to deal with those, because if you replace everything, we don't care about the before slash, we just replace everything. If you write something, we actually need to write the before slice as well. So, I mean, that should really happen for everything of this. I'm not sure about delete though. It should be printed here as well, but yeah, we should actually do that before as well. Here, I think we can do this. And then the before slice is empty. Okay, and then we do delete. So this is the write and delete. We basically just handle write first, and then we handle delete. And none, we just write the before slice. We have to write it to standard out as well. There we go. error. Request position, right. And okay, so this is like both of these. Expected write failed. Undo. Wait, after slice. This needs to be tried. So now we also have an allocator error. Alright. And you can be a reader error as well. All right, we're done with the compiler errors. Interesting. We'll remove this one. Okay, let's see if this works. Well, it never works first try, so also I need to do this. Okay. Okay, it works. Okay, it doesn't work. Wait, I may not have changed the backspace handler here. Oh, this is still just write. Okay, so write and delete. Now what do we write? We write a backspace. That's all we do. And what's good about this is it's very easy to implement a delete button after this as well. Expected type found pointer. Oh yeah, so you need write. It's gonna be, or text. I mean, it's gonna be 8. And oh, actually, then we don't need. Oops. And we don't need all this junk. And this is the text. There we go. Okay, well that did some interesting things. Okay, well you can see that it did remove some stuff, but then it went all the way down there. Maybe that's the buffer. Yeah, that could have something to do with the buffer length. Let's see what is happening here. Yo Penguin, what's up? Okay. So we're clearing line to the end, and then we do after slice. After slice supposed to be taking just the buffered part and not the whole buffer, right? And then we're writing that out. We're clearing line to end, and then we're printing the after slice, and then we're setting the cursor position. So that's obviously not 100% correct. Let's log this out. Log debug after slice is whatever is in here. let's print this as a bunch of numbers, because then we can see if there's any special characters there. We'll see. Maybe some things link through there. So I'll do this, and then that, and that's just the backs. Wait, what? Why is the backspace in there? Oh, it's written here. Wait. Yeah, we're not supposed to... Well, it's not supposed to be written into the command itself. Right. It's just supposed to be written to stand it out. Okay. So maybe we need a different thing for that. Maybe write only writes to stand it out. We should still write... No. This is becoming more convoluted here than I hoped it would be. Let's do this. For now. I'm just gonna see if this works better. Okay, there we go. That's a lot better. But the position is weird. It's putting itself down there. Now, let's see what we actually get for... So this one is fine. Let's see what we get for position here. That is interesting. What do we get? Maybe that's what's wrong here. That looks very wrong. Okay. Let's see what we actually get for response here. But this looks like it actually works for response. Like we can actually get 6 bytes from here and it works. So let's just see what those bytes are. So we got 27. Okay, I will just copy that, put it over here. So 27 is the escape code, yes. 91, I think, yeah, that's the thing. So we do get the correct thing, and then we get 49. How does it get 49 from this? Row 49 and column 51. That is very strange. I mean, it could be something with the NeoVim, like the Vim terminal, but not sure about that. I mean, it could be also be like after we do something else. I'm not sure though. Yeah, we're writing the before slice, but I don't think that's even the problem here. I'll still get that, you know. And actually, it's actually more correct if it's down here, but I just wanted to see if there was something causing that to happen. Okay, well, let's see if we exit this, do it in this kind of real terminal, and see if we get some issues here. Yo, Borrow Checker, welcome back. IR No, still same issues, although now it's slightly different. It's like it's putting itself in like the middle bottom. I mean, let's do this. Let's just not do anything else. We just get the position. We don't do anything else. And see what that does. Because then we shouldn't, we let down. Because if the position is correct, we should see it now actually be correct. It's not. So the row kind of goes down. It does go down. The column seems to barely change at all. This is very strange. You can see the column or the, wait. Why is that number changing? What the hell is going on? Oh. Hello, Samarth. What's up? Please, please what? Like, I'm thinking like, okay, are they actually not 8-bit? Maybe we're supposed to read 2 bits or 2 bytes, but no. What the hell? Okay, what if we only do a delete here? Like we don't do this, we don't do this, we only do the delete. I don't know the C language very well. I know it a little bit. C language is useful. Yes, I don't disagree with that. Hello, hello. I can hear you. I can see you. So it's kind of strange because this is the row, it looks like. I guess the row is kind of weird as well. We probably don't want to touch the row maybe. But it's also weird that if we change the row, it should set it to whatever it's thinking the row should be, right? So it's strange that we get this number and then this goes up. Okay, so I'm gathering that this is not 8-bit numbers. This could be less, maybe 7-bit. Maybe this is like we're supposed to read this as a 7-bit number or something. I don't know. Let's try and print these in hex instead. Maybe we'll get a clue here. I'm from Sweden. All right, you're a beginner. Cool. C language is useful or not? Can you guide me? I mean, it depends on what you're trying to do. This language is called Zig, which you can see here, the file name, spelled like this, Z-I-G, which is also kind of like C. It's like a low-level manual memory managed language as well. But if you're a beginner, I would start looking at why you're trying to learn C. It's not a bad first language because it's simple and you're learning also like low level stuff. But if you just want to learn like programming, there are easier languages actually, because you don't have to like some languages like C has what's called manual memory management, which is like you need to manage memory yourself. And if you're using something like Python, for example, you don't have to think about that because that has a thing called garbage collection, which makes it easier to start with, I would say. But it really depends on what you're trying to do. Like if you're trying to become, if you're trying to program embedded things, then C is a good choice. Or I don't know, yeah, if you're trying to do low-level stuff, C is a good choice, basically. But if you're trying to make like websites, I wouldn't use C first hand, or well, you could, but so it depends on what you're trying to do. You're a computer, you're a C, what are you saying? CLG student? What is that? Computer language student? Or okay, well, so my question still remains, like what are you trying to learn? Like why are you learning programming? What is it? What do you want to build? What do you want to build? College, yes, but what kind of projects do you build in the college? Do you use C in the college? Like, do you build things for robots? Do you build you like to build websites? Okay, so I don't think I would recommend C, but that's just because I'm not used to it. You could write C to build websites, but I don't think it's like super common. If you want to get a job, you probably want to learn something like C# or Java or JavaScript is a good place to begin. Like, do you want to? Okay, well. Do you have any web courses where you are right now? So if you wanna do web stuff, you're probably better off looking at JavaScript and TypeScript and C#, basically, or Java works as well. Elm, yeah. I would. Well, you could also look at what your what you could do some research around your local area and look what's available there for like web jobs, like, and then try to go for any of those. You want to come to Sweden? Education system is not good. Okay. Yeah. I don't know, man. As I said, look for what kind of jobs are available at the moment around your area. Do some research. Look at what's like, look for jobs that are like web development, and try to go for any of those. And then there's there's full stack, backend, front end. It all depends on what you want to do. Do you want to be more on the front end side or on the back end side, or do you want to both? It's hard to know before you actually tried it though. So, but and then you can always choose one and then learn the other one as well. I mean, I know of some pretty good like developers from India, so there's probably differences depending on where you go. Maybe, I don't know. And that's the same in Sweden as well. Like, there's differences in quality of education in every country. Yeah, you like to earn money. Yeah, I see. Me too. But you could start listening to my advice and do that. Like, go do some research, look at what people want, try to learn those things. There you go. Apply for jobs. Build some projects, show what you've done, and there you go. It's a pretty simple plan actually, but it's like it's a lot more work. You have to put in a lot of work to actually make it happen. 16 years old, okay. I'm trying to think what I did when I was 16. I was like, I wasn't even going to 16. Well, I was in what we call a gymnasium. I'm pretty sure. Right? Gymnasium. Still like in school, nowhere near thinking about getting a job. Interviews. I'm not sure what company would hire. I mean, okay, but yeah, I think you got some time ahead of you, so you have some time to actually get to start learning and get good. And this is, yeah, interviews are hard, but that's what I'm saying. Like, if you back up yourself, if you back up your interviews with some kind of proof that you actually can program, you can just show that, You know, you can show what you've done, and they would see, oh, you're actually good. So let's, or you're in this, you know, you have this level of skill. So let's hire this person, and there you go. So in the meantime, like if you can't find a job now, you could try to build stuff, and that's how you get experience as well. That's how you get better as well. And yeah, if as Charstring88 said, like if you don't like programming, it's probably not a good job for you, because it's gonna be frustrating and difficult for, yeah. I'm trying to help you now. I'm trying to give you advice on what to do in your situation. I can't really do more than that, sorry. Without coding jobs, are there... What do you mean? Yeah, okay, so... Yeah, okay, I was gonna write these as hexadecimals. Can you do this? I don't think so, right? It has to be individual numbers. Or actually, maybe not. Okay, well, it's kind of hard to see now. It's like a string of numbers here, but here you can see. Yeah, there we go. 30. Yeah. Now it went down to 31, and this one went up. So it looks like the bits are like jumbled here. It's like we're reading more. It's like the bits are like unaligned here. This is weird. It's something with the endian, maybe. Have you done any C? Not really any serious. In the future, whenever I need, can you help me? I mean, you can ask me questions. I can try to answer them. I like to meet new people. Yeah, you know, you have, if you look at my profile thing on YouTube, you can go and check out, you can get my email there, and you can send email there, and I can try to help you if I can, but I won't guarantee anything. so do that. Have you done any C? Well, yeah, okay, yeah, I already answered that, sorry. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Well, you know, it's not gonna happen like instantly. You have to put in work to actually, like, you have to build projects, you have to get better, you have to gain experience to get better, but you have all the time in the world. You're just a baby, basically, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, but that's not enough. That's all well and good, but you have to build projects and you have to show your code basically to say that, okay, well, what you're gonna be working with is not just adding numbers and that. I mean, I guess it kind of depends on what you're gonna work with. I mean, if you're gonna work with web-based stuff, you're gonna have to try to build a web server. Let's say that, and use maybe something else than C. Use like C#. Look up like tutorial on. Okay, start there. Start on C#. Look up tutorials on that. Look up tutorials on like your first C# backend as a noob or something like that. Search for that, and maybe there's something there. There's probably, because there's loads of resources online to actually learn this stuff. You know, you just have to go out there, and there are a lot of stuff that could help you, you know, on the interwebs. Yeah, do that if you have some questions or something, and see if I can help you there. All right, let's see here. So what is happening here? Because these are obviously not. This is weird. This right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bytes. But maybe it's something with. Sequence contains several program number of parameter bytes than intermediate bytes. Final byte. Okay. All common sequences just use parameters, series, semicolon, separates. Missing numbers are treated as 0. Yes. Oh, you're not seeing the thing. Subset of arrangements to declare private, so the terminal manufacturers could insert their own sequence without conflicting with standard sequences containing parameters are private. Okay. The behavior of terminal is undefined in the case of CSI. A sequence contains any character outside of the range. Possible responses are to ignore the byte to process immediately, or Well, does it say anything about this thing, report? DSR. I am almost 40 years old. And I'm not sure who you're talking to. Who is Thomas? Oh, maybe it's okay. Maybe it's Thomas. Okay, I see now. Thomas was the. Anyway. No. Please, I can't. I've talked to you. I've tried to give you all the advice that I can, basically. And I've given you my email. You can email me if you have further questions. So there you go. What time it is? It's 2:30. It's 1430. Okay, let's try this. Let's see. I mean, we could either go and look at an example of how this is implemented. I think I've done this before, though. That's the thing. And it basically just worked. Oh, here's the table for all this. Cool. Oh yeah, we could provide like support for copy paste as well. If you care about that. All right. Now I work from home. My home office. Okay, what I wanted to do was to check if we need to massage this data somehow. So let's see. But the thing is, it looks like it's kind of blended in. See here, 31, 32, 33, 34, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then this one changes to 0. This also changes. Like the entire thing changes here. And what is changing now? This one? So here, this changes, which is the 3rd byte. And after this point, it changes like this part here. This byte goes from 3B to 30. This goes from 31 to 3B. 52 to 31. What the hell? And then it's like, and then this starts to change, which is now the 4th byte instead. Yeah, I have no idea. All right, cool. But you know, instead of spamming here, you should learn some programming. You should build stuff. How much effort? I don't know. I mean, if you're starting from scratch to learn programming, it's gonna take like, I don't know, at least a year to get. I mean, it depends on how focused you are and all that, and what you want to do and all that. But you know, it's gonna take, like, you have to learn a couple of years before you can actually get like proficient and actually do anything for some company. Well, if okay, the competition is, I would say this as well. It's like it's harder for juniors to get hired than, at least right now. I think at least here that's how it is. Like right now, the climate is like more for non-juniors. So it's hard to say, but I'm not sure if it's gonna get easier if you move here. You just have to be better than. Like, do you like programming? Do you like are you interested in programming, or is it only to make money? You didn't answer the question. Well, okay. Okay, I'm gonna go and look at another project here. Where did we have that? Whoops, no. I have it like in Haskell. Is that the only place? Countdown also. Yeah. Look at this. H. No, that's set position, I think. Yeah, 6N is get. No? Okay. I'm gonna look at Zig terminal library. Okay. We're gonna take some help here from some other implementation. Meeboo is a pure Zig library for low-level terminal manipulation. Yeah. So here's that color. Yeah, basic color stuff. Let's see if we have something for the cursor here. Print. Huh? Okay, go to. You can see the same thing happening here. Go up, go down, go left, go right, hide, show, save, restore. Huh, save, restore. We could do something with save, restore maybe. But I really want to get the position though as well. Okay, so this doesn't even have, well, here we go. Get position, returns coordinates to terminal needs to be in raw mode, at least have echo disabled. Yeah, so I do have that. Pretty sure, yeah. And we're reading 6 bytes. That's what we're doing as well. We're reading that, okay, and then yeah, it's matching that stuff. Tokenize. So this makes an iterator to look for this thing as a separator, or no? Is it like delimiters? I don't remember. Tokenize. Returns the iterator. Iterates over the slices of buffer that are not any of the items in delimiters. Okay. So this would just remove these two and then return whatever things are in between. And then we get the row and this, and then we parse it. Oh, so it's not a byte, it's a decimal representation of the thing. Oh, okay, okay. Now it makes sense. Okay. It does make sense. Okay, well, I mean, we could do the same thing basically. We could take this, U8, buffer is gonna be the response. Delimiters are this, and okay, and now it makes sense. Okay. So we're gonna say the row is next and column is, well, actually we could just do this. Unless the order is not, okay. Let's just do this. We should have one, and this is the column, so there we go. Yeah, okay, and then we also need to parse it as well. So we need to do try, no, format parse. Yeah, I guess we could do unsigned view size. Buffer base 10. Okay, get cursor, now this warrants like its own error type. So this is standard IO writer error, not allocate error, but format parse int error as well. Get cursor error, there we go. And you are now also handles that with indirect error is get cursor position error. I think that's all we need. Okay. Invalid character. All right. Yeah. So we need to also now. Where was that? Over here. Enable all this again. Text. indicator error. Oh, I understand I didn't have the error. There we go. Valid character. Is it parse int? Maybe parse unsigned may have invalid character there. Interesting. Yeah, okay. It's gotta be a hard... Okay, online C compiler. I already said what time it is. Try to not spam so much, please. All right. Okay, so let's do it like this. So column, so row S, call S equals next, and we're just gonna log this out. Okay. What the hell? What's happening with the history there? Okay. Oh, I see. So we need to remove the two first bytes, I think. Yeah. Two first bytes are these. Yeah, we need to remove those. There we go. There we go. Let's get rid of these things here. Okay, so it kind of works. You can see interesting. All right, cool. Are you happy with this new feature here? Backspace. All right. Delete. There's something wrong with the delete. I'm also gonna let's add delete here. Actually, it's just this. Alert. Delete is this sequence of numbers. This whole sequence is delete. Okay, I'm just gonna try if delete works. Well, if it works, kind of the same here. Okay, that works a lot better. That's weird. Okay, but the delete kind of works, but it's when we do the whole write and delete thing, which is weird. Yeah. So we're writing like backspace to what? We're writing backspace to stand it out. Yeah. And then we are calling delete as well. So delete. Yeah. Time has changed, yeah. Yeah, Samarath, you don't have to post a question like 3 times every time you're trying to get an answer. You don't have to spam so much. People can read. It's easier to read what you're trying to say if you don't put like 10 messages at once. It's just gonna become like background noise, and you're gonna get ignored basically. Okay, so what's happening here? The delete kind of works by itself, so that shouldn't be a problem. It's weird. Write and delete is kind of weird. Like this, backspace, it should just... Okay. What the hell? Okay, now it works all of a sudden. What? No, okay. So if you're at the end, we get some weird... If you go back and then delete, it works. If you're at the end, delete. Maybe it's because we're at the end of the buffer, maybe. No. See? This should be correct. Because it's doing the correct thing if we go back. All right, cool, Samath. Okay, let's log out some stuff here. Let's log after slice. Is this? Yeah, just Annie. Okay, so then we should get that. $102. Okay, now I'll get the weird thing. I mean, Samath, my advice to you is just to build projects. Do it now, instead of sitting here and chatting. Like you can be here and chat, but you know you're spending way too much energy in like you're not gonna get like a fast track to becoming a developer if you're not actually like putting down the work for it. You have to put down a lot of work to get good at programming. You're not gonna get there by just asking questions. You have to put in work yourself. You have to learn, get the information into your brain, process it, be able to understand what's going on. Like, do as I said, like just go online, search for like C# tutorial for noobs backend. Something like that. And you will learn also like how to Google for information, because that is a crucial skill that you will also need to do. ChatGPT, I mean, you can use AI to guide you, or you can ask questions about programming to AI. Like if you're trying to understand how it works, if you're trying to learn, then you can ask AI as well. Like AI can help you to answer questions about programming. It's not always correct. No, that's true, but it's gotten really good. And I mean, sometimes it will like give false information, but for most part, you can try to ask it things about programming, and it will give pretty good answers for you. You could basically just go to ChatGPT and ask it right now, hey, could you teach me? I'm a totally noob at programming. Could you teach me like C# for building a C# backend? And it will try to help you with that, and it will give you a good start, I believe. Like you can do that. Yeah, that's also the thing. Like when you start out learning programming, you will have to learn also like you're always thinking like, okay, well, I learned this specific thing. How do I do this next thing? How do I do this thing? Like, that's the thing. Like, programming is learning a bunch of tools that you will then use to build other stuff. And you learn how to put these things together to build more advanced things. And then you also learn how to figure out, solve a problem. You're a problem solver. Like you're faced with all these problems that you need to solve. Like, say, for example, building a backend. How do you do that? You have to break it down into smaller problems. You have to break it down into smaller tasks until you've broken it down enough for you to actually be able to start building. Basically, that's the basic process. You have a problem, you break it down until you can see, okay, now I can see how I can make this. And that's a skill you have to learn as well. That doesn't come for free. You have to learn that skill also. Code must be mugged or not if we know the concepts. I'm not sure what you mean by that. You have typed such code in screen. You have now the structure. You have applied knowledge. What if you have learned just asking, sir? Yeah, I mean, you know, it's just a combination of experience. Well, it's just experience, I guess. You know, you have to get. That's the thing. Like, to be able to build. I'm telling you, as an experienced programmer, I'm telling you how to learn how to program, and that's basically just to try and build things. And you can use ChatGPT as kind of like a teacher, and ask it questions to like ask it to just set up like a course for you or something. Syntax is hard, so then ask questions. Ask ChatGPT, what does this mean? What does that mean? What am I doing here? You have to kind of break it down and start to try to learn the things. And it will give you answers as best as it can. So there you go. Like, you're not gonna learn by sitting here and talking to me. You have to actually put down work yourself and try to understand things. Like, we had a person in the university that I went to who kind of who were like, okay, well, not willing to kind of learn, but just wanted the answers to everything, you know, and just wanted help all the time with things, and didn't really put in the effort to do things themselves. But that you have to do that in order to learn and to actually do stuff, you know. All right. Well, good luck. I have no idea if it's good or not. I can't help you with that. Yeah, that's also another thing. Like as many people have said here before, like if you don't enjoy learning about programming, if you don't enjoy programming, if you're only specifically doing it for the money, it's gonna be a terrible job. It's gonna be so frustrating and so difficult and not fun and very difficult. So yeah, that's the unfortunate part there. I mean, yeah, sure, you can do it, but you have to kind of also realize that maybe it's not for you. Maybe if you want to do it, then you have to have that in mind. You have to be realistic about it. I mean, I can't tell you any details. Why would I know about that college? I don't know everything in the whole world. Okay. What's going on here? 102. What is 102? 102 is F. Okay. Yeah, that's okay. That sounds correct. I don't think anybody here knows. Also, college, like, how old are you when you go in college? I thought that was for like kind of like university, or I don't know. I don't know, since I'm from Sweden and we don't really have college or anything. That we have like 9 years elementary school basically, and then university after that if you want to do that basically. I think so. Yeah, first no, what am I saying? 9 years and then 3 years of gymnasium. Yeah, so 12 years basically elementary school, and then after that it's university. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Thomas. Yeah, I was just looking at the what 102 was for ASCII there. Polytechnic, 3 years course. Okay, whatever. Right. So, but I just wanted to see what this was. So it looks okay. Now the problem is the undo at the end, and then we write all. It's like, well, this is wrong actually. This is like it's writing something that shouldn't exist, or it should. It's yeah. It doesn't. It's wrong. If we don't have anything at the end, we shouldn't. We should just do the undo and not write anything. But the thing is, it should just be an empty string then. By that point, it shouldn't be anything. It should be empty. So But I don't think you can. Well, maybe you can have an end actually. No. Can the start be like at the end though? Can it be the length? But the problem is that this should be correct. No, maybe it's not actually. Let's try doing this then. Like I was gonna say correct for this or whatever. No, that's okay. Well, it's I think it's better, but it still prints out that weird R at the end. So if we go back, okay, it's like it's printing the R after a certain point, after a certain distance. That's strange. Okay. Okay. All right, cool. Thanks for the tip. We also need to free it, but I don't think it's an issue because it's never gonna go over 128, but yeah. So this simply undo here. Oh, now the LSP stopped working. I'm not sure, Samath. I'm not sure how long this stream will go for. It depends on outside factors, let's say. Why can't this work? There we go. Yeah, it just reduces end. Well, okay. I guess what we could do is we could say, we could have different scenarios here. So we get the position, right? We get the start. Let's say if position column is more than or equal to the buffered length, then we have one scenario, otherwise we have another scenario. So if we have the other scenario, we do want to do all this crap. Okay, and then we'll figure out what we need to do here. So now we're at the end. We'll do the undo one. We don't need to write that. We do want to do this. No, actually we don't really need to do. We just need to clear to the end. hang on. No, we don't actually move the cursor at all. We just clear to the end. And we move back one there. No, wait. If we delete at the end, we shouldn't do anything actually. If we are at the end, we should just return here. I think. Right, if so if I go back, if I delete now, okay, for some reason it's like inserting things in there. Why do you want to know, Samal? Is there a null terminator in Zig? Normally not. But if you're interfacing with a C library, because you can import C libraries in Zig, you will have to work with null terminator. So there is a special type for that. But I don't usually use it, and it's called the Sentinel because it's a pain to work with basically. But it's much easier to work with slices, I think. So, but you know, yeah, of course there is the it's like less memory to work with null terminated strings, but whatever. It's not that big of a deal. But yeah, so there is null terminator, so you can define a null terminated string like this. You can have like let's say a slice, and you do like this, you do :0 to denote that it's a that it has, so the colon denotes that it has a sentinel. 0 is saying what is the sentinel, which you know is the byte value 0, and then it's a slice of bytes, so you have to do byte there, and then this could be, you know, you can set it to anything at all. This is a constant, so it's actually this is you have to set const here. All right, so it's a constant string with 0 terminated, and Zig will actually automatically add the 0 at in this case. And you know, if you, let's say you're working with Raylib, which is a popular library for making games basically, or UI you could do as well, but or if we're working with like imgui or something like that, you will need to deal with these null terminators. So there it is there, but it's like it's very quirky. You have to kind of understand how it works and how to use it basically. But normally in Zig I wouldn't use it. Like there's no point in using it unless you want to basically save all the memory you can. But you know, I don't think it's worth it to all that hassle for like program complexity. So yeah. Okay. So Like, what the hell is happening here? What is happening? I think there's some issues with the, like, if I'm at the end and I press delete, it's not supposed to do that, right? It's supposed to just do nothing basically, because we're at the end. So the column. Actually, let's log out what this is now. Position is what? Now we can actually see more what this is. Okay, so if we just go over here, we run, oops, we just press delete now. Okay, we got row 1, column 1. Okay, that makes sense. We do this, row 2, column 5. Good. Yeah, I mean, it all looks good, but then you get like a difference in, for some reason we get a difference in how it works. I think maybe because the command, let's do command string is currently this here. Whoops. Let's do any so that we can see if there's any sneaking in any weird bytes in there. Okay, so that's before the delete. Cool. So it's like if the first time nothing happens, basically, it even gets like an R in there for some reason. Yeah, you too, Samarth. Good luck to you, and hope that things turn out well. And keep on working with, like, keep on learning, keep on building stuff. Eventually, you know, you will get good, and hopefully you enjoy it as well, because yeah, it's gonna be tough otherwise. Okay, so if we just do that, it's not deleting. If we just type and then delete the last one, it's not deleting the correct thing. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Column. You know, I can't, you know, it doesn't matter. Like I can answer you if you send me an email. I can answer you, but I'm not gonna guarantee that I can answer you like immediately or anything. You know, I'm gonna answer you when I have time and when I like know what to say and all that. So I'm gonna get your email. Don't worry. We're not gonna have a meeting. What do you mean? Why do you want to have a meeting? I'm not your teacher. I'm not. Yeah. I can try to answer any question you have, but I'm not, you know, I'm not your teacher. I'm trying to tell you that you could use AI to teach you. Probably a lot better than I would be able to. I mean, I like talking about programming, but and you know, I've thought about doing something with like beginners and like having some kind of live session or something, but not really right now. No, it's more like you cannot expect any random person to just become your teacher just because you talked a little bit. I mean, I'm trying to tell you what to do. I'm trying to like teach you how to teach yourself. Yeah, as Thomas said, you need to kind of, you know, do something yourself. It's not the thing. It's not gonna get served on a silver platter for you. Back in my day, I was self-taught in you know, C++ 30 years ago, and then you can just imagine what was on the internet at that point. Like there was not much. But that was because I was interested as well. Like I had I was interested. I got something out of actually learning, and I thought it was awesome. And I just kept going from that. Okay, yeah. But yeah, you know, what you need to do is listen. You need to listen and do the things, or you need to like take in the advice that you were given. That's what you need to do. I don't really have anything more to say, unless you have other like questions or whatever. But yeah, I can't help you anymore. Sorry. Okay, so let's see. Okay. You need to pray to your own. Yeah, I'm not gonna go there. You know, I'm not a. whatever. I was gonna say, like, okay, programming is a way for you to you're controlling the computer the way you want it to be controlled. It's like you're like a control freak. And that, you know, making the computer do what you say. I mean, the thing, that thing in itself is not really the point, but the point is to actually do something cool on the computer. And once you do that, you get an awesome feeling, or at least I used to get when, you know, it was new and everything. And I still get it sometimes, but that is one like motivation to keep going and learn more. And that is just interesting. It's an interesting subject. And that's the thing. That's what keeps you going. Like, if you don't think it's interesting or whatever, it's not gonna be fun for you. It's gonna be frustrating. But yeah, you have your whole life ahead of you. So just keep learning and take the advice, listen to what people say, and yeah, there you go. All right, see you later. Okay, so let's see what we can do here. So when we do this, we get the whole thing, which we shouldn't get. Well, no, yeah, we are, yeah, we are. That's fine. Yeah. If we do it twice, we still get the whole thing, which is not correct. So that is not correct. So we press backspace. We should go back once and then delete. Well, that's true. But it's not. Well, that's kind of weird how it's like different the second time as well. Like the second time. What is it doing the first time? Also, let's do like new line here so we can see what's going on. New line. Let's do a couple of new lines. See? What's going on? Well, let's try only delete. Let's start with delete only. So this, we press delete. That's also wrong. That's the, yeah. Or wait. Wait a minute. Get cursor position. So we're taking 6 bytes here. That's not enough. That is not enough. That's why when you get over a certain point, which is 10. Okay, let's, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. Yeah, we get the R. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, now we get the R like, okay, well, I think it's like attached on there. Okay. And there, maybe it's because of the row actually. But if we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, we don't get the R. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We don't get the R. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We do get the R. So that's because now the length of the get cursor is not 6 anymore, it's 7. So we take 6, but we actually need to get more. We need to like we need to take until we reach R. Take delimiter exclusive. Wait, let's do inclusive, yeah. Okay, and now this is like delimiter error. Okay. There we go. Now we get rid of that. Wait. No. Build. Okay. Where does this come from? Okay, well, it works a little bit better now. It's not gonna be frustrating for themselves, but also those shared code bases. Yeah, it's not. I mean, yeah. I don't know. I kind of had this naive like thing when I was like younger that I was like, well, since I think it's so fun, then probably everyone else also think it's so fun. But I've encountered many people who are in it just for, you know, it's just a job to them. It's not really a passion or a hobby or anything. It's just doing it on work time, just doing the work. That's it. But I do have also examples of people who started that way, but then became interested and started thinking about it, maybe, you know, in their free time or something like that. So or starting like making projects in the free in their spare time. But yeah, I kind of had this naive idea because I thought it was so fun, then I thought that everyone else also thought it was super fun, like that actually worked with it, you know. But yeah, that's not the case. Okay, so where are we now? So if I do that, it just goes back and it doesn't delete the thing. That's the weird part. So has gone back. It's also the same. I'm gonna test this as well. If it's the same, going back, pressing delete. No, that's not the same. Okay. So why is that? It's like we're writing backwards. We're running /b and then we write and then we delete. Why is that different? See, the F is there. Now I'm trying to delete that. That does nothing happens. I press go back first and then delete. It does disappear. Okay, maybe we should just try and make delete work like flawlessly here. So we go back, press delete. Okay, go back. We press F to write this in here. Press delete. That inserts this thing. Let's do this. Let's do a convenience function here that is like put or print position, print to position, and we're gonna get a position here. So we're gonna print something to a specific position now. Should really make a little library for this. But yeah, so first we need to get the current position. It's gonna be get position. And at the end, we're gonna set position back to where we were. And then we're gonna say, yeah, we're gonna set the position to the position we want to write to, and then we're going to print that, and then we should all be good. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, okay. And of course we need to actually use it. So what I'm thinking is whenever we what? Actually, what was I thinking? Whenever we delete, okay, yeah. Whenever we delete, I want to write out some things. So this is like, so print to position. Actually, let's get the position. Get position. Let's augment this a little bit. Add row will produce. Let's do some like this, or let's just, well, yeah, let's just do this. We will need self as well. Self row plus position row. And column is self column plus position column. And then we're gonna also add a little convenience thing called up, which is a cursor position row. Oh shit, that doesn't work. That doesn't work because it's unsigned. It's unsigned. Hey, you're back. I thought you went away. I'm developing a Metroidvania game, but it's kind of on hold right now for this runic language thing. So I'm taking a little break, but I will get back to it at some point. But yeah, it's a Metroidvania. Now you don't have to. I mean, that's 4 messages for asking 1 question. That's what I'm saying. You don't need to spam. Okay, this doesn't work. And you can't actually use this to go up. So we need some kind of delta actually. So this would be like row. Let's do like eye size, I guess. And yeah, it needs some stuff there. Okay, and format. So we print. What do we want to print? We print something here. Get cursor position. Add 1. So I want to write to the thing below there. And there you go. Now there's an issue here because I size is not a U size and it's incompatible because we don't know if it goes below or not. So let's just add, maybe if we add these, it might work. Maybe? No? Okay. So they want us, okay, let's just do as I size. Will it complain now? And let's do int cast. Yeah. And now we need to found eye size, so we need to bring it back. But now this could technically fail because it could be below 0, so I'm gonna do max 0 as well. So there's a lot of steps involved here, which is kind of nice that you actually have to do this because you have to kind of see what's going on behind the scenes, almost like in other languages. But basically, yeah, there's a lot of things going on here. If you have an unsigned and a signed, and then you're trying to like add to the sign here, or the unsigned, I mean, with the sign. But yeah, a lot of stuff going on, and that's why I don't want to deal with it most of the time. But yeah, anyway, we didn't really need to do that, but now we have it, so that's good. I mean, we can use it later for other things as well. Maybe we should suggest learning Haskell to teach conciseness. Yeah, it's so yeah. I get what you mean. I'm gonna say like Haskell is like, it's so different as well. It's like you have to kind of learn kind of like a different mindset with Haskell when you're like going from something like C, you know, to Haskell. It's like totally different. So But it's very interesting. It's you know, I had to kind of rewire my brain to be able to learn Haskell. When did you start this project? Runic, I've been working about a month with it. Hello, Epic Video Gamer. Which project are you talking about? Like this one or Logitech G513 keyboard? I don't remember. I can't see right now. It's some kind of keyboard. I'm not a keyboard philiac. I just have a normal, you know, standard layout keyboard thing. Okay, there we go. Okay, well, that was not really what I wanted to have. I want to, well, okay, let's do this. Let's get like the print position is get cursor position, and I'm just gonna set row plus equals to 1. Okay, so we didn't actually need this thing. And then I'm gonna set column to be 1 to always have it at the start. So there we go. Now we can, but it worked anyway, so that's good. Okay, there we go. Now we can like print stuff below to actually like so we can see more things. So what do we actually want to print though? That's the next part here. So I will go back, press delete. Okay, and I will do this again, go back, press delete. So what I want to do is I want to print what the current command buffer is. Current command, let's do Annie so we can see the bytes as well, because it might, so that's buffered. Oops. Okay. I'm not gonna make mistakes. Okay, that's the buffer. So that's before the delete. So the last part there, 68, but that was not F. No. ASDF is 102. ASDF. So this part is wrong. There is like has like a bunch of stuff after here. I am not Christian. Although Sweden is technically a Christian country, but most Swedes are actually not like practicing Christians. But there are a lot of Christians, and I am personally, I don't know what I am. I'm not a Christian. Sorry. I'm actually no. I won't talk about that stuff here. Sorry. All right. I mean, I don't know if I'm atheist or agnostic or whatever. I know that I'm not a Christian. I don't believe in any kind of religion that's out there right now, I should say. But I'm more like, I'm a science person. I believe in science. Although science is not a religion. But, yeah. But, okay. That's not a discussion I want to take here. All right. I'm also not superstitious. I will say that. I'm like 0% superstitious. Okay. What the hell are we doing? Like I'm getting off track all the time. Right. So yeah. So we get some weird stuff at the end. Right. So we're getting stuff in the command writer that we shouldn't get. Okay. Let's see what the before slice is here. So what is the before slice actually? Let's print to position. Let's add one row and print that out as well. And let's also we could do clear. We could do clear to end here actually. Clear to end, so that we can actually also see. No, not dots. Just clear to end. So that we can see. Well, if something, well, it clears the line anyway. Actually, we could just clear the line here before as well. It doesn't matter, whatever. Okay. No, there we go. Right, now we get two things. What we need to do here is what I wanted to do is before. It's empty. Okay, well that's good. That is expected. You know what? Let's actually take this, put it maybe even over here, like, or even over here, like when we're trying to, like after we've done the thing, we have some stuff in there. Okay, well let's actually let's put this in like print debug command stuff. It's just a temporary thing anyway, so yeah. Oh, before slice. We don't have the before slice actually. Well, okay, let's just remove that. There we go, and now we can, we'll just, now we can run this anywhere, so we'll just run it. No, not that one. Print this one. Alright, so now we're seeing, like after, every time we press a key, basically, we're gonna see no. What? Oh, wait, we have to do it in here. This is after we get the command, right? Okay. I mean, I guess we can just do it at the start. Alright. So there you can see. When I press, okay. That's also something. Okay. So when I press left and right, it actually gets printed into the thing. So that is one thing that we can see that is an issue here. So I think what we're gonna do is we are going to say that, hey, anything getting out of this that is not printable, we won't print into the command writer here. Do we print it here though? I think we don't. Yeah, everything should be handled in here. And then when we go out the other side, we basically want to create I made this convenient thing here for making an allocating rider. And making it like stack, fallback allocated as well. So we don't have to allocate stuff if it's like a small string. Okay, and then what we do is we will I guess we'll just go through every. We can make it. Actually, we can make an iterator. Actually, we don't need to make a new string. We could just make an iterator. No, we do need to make a new string. So let's make an iterator anyway. We're going through standard writer or the the writer here. So we're going through that. So we're gonna do like tokenize. The problem is though. The problem is that no, let's not do an iterator. Let's just do for writer written length. We're gonna get the char is I if now we're gonna use ASCII is printable, then we do writer write byte char. So we forward that to this writer, and then at the end we will say standard in. So we will kind of clear this writer consume all, and then we will write all writer written. Actually, this could just be like this has to be like two owned. All right, so basically what we're doing is we're just stripping it away from all of the unprintable characters. And what is a printable character? Well, I can't really go to this right now. Well, okay. Is ASCII is control is not control. So is ASCII, I guess it just checks less than testing. What? No. Wait. Here we go. Oh, yeah, less than 128. And then yeah, a bunch of this is control. Okay. Great. Yeah, we're gonna trust this thing here. We're gonna see if there's an issue with that, but I mean, less than 128 is not really enough. But then is control hopefully is enough. There was a study conducted by the University of British Columbia, and they managed to prove mathematically that we live in a non-algorithm universe, so we are not in a massive game in a computer. Did they manage to prove it though? Like, people claim that they prove a bunch of stuff all the time. The question is, you know, but the thing is with those kind of things, you have to kind of verify those claims. I don't know. I don't, I can't say I'm gonna. And for me personally, I can't, like, if I can't understand it, it's like, okay, well then now I have to kind of trust these people. Well, you should trust some people, I guess, but not blindly though. Like if someone comes with some outrageous claim, then usually they're like I get like red flags, and usually I have to be very wary and how do you call it? Critique, like criticizing of the source as well. Because there has been a lot of instances where I have basically friends that made these outrageous claims, and when I looked it up, because it just sounds, when you hear something that just sounds unbelievable, it probably is. So look it up, and okay, well, it turns out that it was a bunch of bullshit. So that's the best thing you can do. You can be like very, what's it called in English? Like when you're very critical to, when you're fact checking, basically. But yeah, that does sound like someone. That sounds a lot like someone claimed that. But how would we know that that's true? Like the common people that are not mathematics in that area. Mathematical people. I mean, I think it makes sense that that everything that happens in the universe could be explained with some kind of mathematical model. It just makes sense to me. Like let's just or some kind of logical, well, mathematical or logical model. Like how, like it makes it to me. It's like it doesn't make sense if we couldn't explain it. But we can. But that doesn't mean we can find the correct model. Okay. What are we doing? What am I doing? Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. So now this should strip off any non-printable characters, print it to a local buffer here, and then replace, basically. I wonder if there's a built-in thing for replacing everything. Replace. What does this do actually? After calling writer, this function tracks how many bytes. Okay. Oh. Writable slice. So that's also something that I've never really used. The writable slices. It kind of gives you a slice that you can write to. That's also interesting. But consume all will simply set end to 0. So it will. We would. Okay. Anyway. Yeah. Let's try it. Let's try it. So. And then we go left and right. It still prints in these things. So now I think it prints in, it sends in like 2 things. did look into it. It took like a full hour. It actually makes sense because the computer cannot compute certain things. Information is in the universe at fundamental levels, logical info. Can't really go into detail. We could look it up. It's quite fascinating. All right, cool. Thanks. All right, I'm just gonna be real 1 second here. All right. Yeah, I think Thomas, it's I'm not criticizing you personally. I'm just saying like that's my experience with that kind of claims. It's like, yeah, it sounds incredible, you know, and that's usually when you have to kind of look it up, because it could be sensationalism with like media, you know. They always exaggerate everything, and oftentimes are like misunderstanding or are just wrong or lie. But I'm just saying that yeah, that my personal experience there. But yeah, that, you know, the thing is, like, I could never, like, I don't think I could understand. I mean, I could probably understand in a layman's terms what's happening, but not really on a deeper level. And I am interested in, like, you know, how physics works and space and all that. But that when it comes to that kind of like how the fundamental like universe is not in a simulation or something like that, then it's like it kind of becomes like a fantasy, or not a fantasy, but it kind of becomes like this untouchable knowledge that does it really matter right now? Like, I would, like, I don't know, it's kind of I guess trying to attack physics from the back end side instead of the front end side, where we push the knowledge to where we kind of can tell what the universe, how the universe works. But that kind of like skips everything, goes straight to the end and saying like, we have information about how the universe fundamentally works, like at the end of it, like, and that kind of that always feels a bit like very doubtful to me, like very uncertain to me, like, I don't know. But yeah, you know, and even if we maybe are convinced that we have proven it, maybe we're wrong as well, like yeah, I don't know. Anyway, all right, so but yeah, there's probably a lot of very interesting information about that, but yeah. Like I watch stuff about space and stuff when I'm in the mood, and I do like to learn about it and stuff. Okay, so it's still writing out those things, because those are the escape code. Yeah, it's the escape code of left and right. Yeah. So actually we need to kind of handle all of that. If we have escape code, how many bytes is that? That could depend on the code itself. Is there like an ending, like a guaranteed ending to this codes? Or do we just have to implement everything to avoid this stuff? Even moving the cursor up and down. No, it just says like 65, which is uppercase A, so it omits the number here. And we need, we need handlers for left and right anyway, so let's just add those. So forward is C. Guess we can copy the naming convention here. C is 67, 68 for back. All right. What was the structure of the proof? Does the language support UTF-8? Do you mean Zig? The structure of the proof? Oh, you're a different person. Sorry, you had like the same profile picture on my view here, so I thought you were the same. Does the language support UTF-8? So Zig. I don't know if Zig supports UTF-8. I'm actually not sure. Does Zig support UTF-8? Okay, so UTF-8, Zig is apparently, according to AI, is UTF-8 encoded. Oh, runic. Okay. Runic. Good question. I mean, we can try it. It depends on how Zig works, I guess, because we're using Zig to read the code and all that. So forward, back. Okay. So we need these handlers now. Where are we? Over here. Forward. Okay. So forward is just gonna be some kind of event then that we're like moving to somewhere. So move cursor, and then I guess we have a delta position here, so we can say 0 and 1 forward. Oops. And then we have back, so we move -1. Okay. So let's do move, and this will be a tuple of height size. And now we need to implement that as well. Move. So what do we do? Well, first we do these, because that's what we should do, and then whoops, we will do thing is here. We also need like multi-line support. We don't have that. That's gonna be interesting. Well, we're working with what we've got right now. We're not, yeah. So move is gonna be. I'm thinking like we can move to the end of the command thing. So we're gonna say that the next row. No wait, rows. No, this is not row actually. Move. Okay, this doesn't make sense. Move should not be. This should just be like horizontal. Move. Yeah. Okay. So row is the same. So we have the column. Welcome back, Penguin. The column is going to be well, let's get the position. So you're going to be column minus delta, although we're going to protect that, and now we're going to complain. Actually, we can do like add here 0 delta. There we go. So this is the new position actually. Okay. And then we simply at the end we will set position to that. However, we're gonna have to check now. So we're adding delta, right? But now we also need to check if we're moving. I think 0 should already be checked here. 0 should be checked, yeah. So we can't move beyond 0. Actually, this should be 1 because you can't move 1. It's 1 indexed, so we shouldn't be able to move beyond 1. There we go. And then we also have the length of the thing. So npos.column should be equal to minimum of npos column and command writer dot buffer dot length minus 1. No, not it should be length, yeah. There we go. So now we can't move past the length there. Okay. Is that all actually? So now you see, now we move left and we can't go further back. Okay, so we should add 1 to the, we should add 1 here then, plus 1. There we go. Wait, return is, oh. Wait, return, why did we not get that? Okay, let's see if we can fix, I'll forget about return for now. Let's see if we can fix this. Because when I press backspace, it goes back, but then nothing happens. If we press it again, it goes back. We can keep on doing this. If we press delete at the end, nothing happens. Okay, that's good. If we delete this, we can't. If we delete this, we can. So we can't delete the last. That's the thing. We cannot delete the last thing. Okay. So let's figure out what's happening there. So if we are at the last thing, maybe this is what's happening. We need to check if we're more than length. Okay, let's see if that works. So we go back, pressing delete. That works. Okay, there we go. Okay, there's some weird stuff going on here. I think. Maybe? Or was it just an illusion? No, maybe it was just my imagination. Okay, there you go. It's like home and end doesn't work. Let's implement those because I want to be able to do that. So home and end. Home. Right, let's enable this now so we can see what the code is. No, actually, I think we already have the code. Yeah, we have code here. So home and end. Home and 2791.72 is home. 70 is end. There we go. And here. So we need home and end. Okay. Now this is basically horizontal move. And I guess it's like negative max int eye size. Same thing here, but with for plus. So that's it. Okay, maybe it wasn't that simple, or maybe there's something else going on. Okay, that works. We can go home. Okay, I pressed some other button there, but yeah. So we can go home. And okay, that's okay. Now we see another issue here. But yeah. Also, how about Control W? No. I want to do like Control W, Control U as well. That would be cool. So if you do home, that works. Home works perfect. End does not, for some reason. So let's check that. Horizontal move. Maybe it's because of this. I should check where it fails. It's face plus column. Okay. So where's wait. Oh, it's in this one, I think. Yeah. So let's do this. So that that makes sure this is like a modified plus, which makes sure that the addition doesn't overflow. So it gets stuck at the end. So if it was overflowing, it would instead not overflow, or if it was going to overflow, I should say, it doesn't overflow. Instead, it just sets it to the maximum value. Since Zig is quite a modern language, what did you do another language before it? If I made one, or if I've been programming. Because I've been both is true. Not really like a full language. I've never made like a full language, but I have delved into making languages before. In Haskell, Haskell actually was the first language that, when I fell in love with it, the parser combinatorics, or combinational, whatever you call it, like parsers, with a library called Parsec, Parsec, which has an amazing structure for combining parsers and stuff. It kind of works the same as tree-sitter parser, like the grammar.js thing, and well, probably a bunch of others as well. But yeah, this is the first where I'm kind of delving more into moving past the parser and delving more into actually like executing the code. I've made like a basic assembly language as well, with like compiling to an ELF executable, using only, what language? I think it was TypeScript actually. Believe it or not. I didn't start with Haskell, but it was my first language that I kind of opened up my eyes to those kinds of parsers. My first language was C++. I was self-taught in C++ about 30 years ago. And from then on, it has just I've learned a bunch of different languages. So you could say I'm a polyglot, but I've never really, like Haskell, I've never really like delved super deep into it, because there's so many levels to Haskell. It feels like I did learn the basics, Mordadic and even some arrow stuff and FRP, but I never made any like project that went like any. I never made any like real project or anything with it. But it is a really fun language, and I really love the idea of arrows and monads and stuff. And monads are actually really nice to work with as well. Like unless it's the one thing where it becomes an issue is when you have like all these transformed when you have multiple monads that need to work together. That's where you run into some more issues, I feel like. And with Haskell also, like if you're trying to use like a library, I try to make like a web server once, and or several times, but you're using some kind of a library, and the thing is that those use some kind of advanced type stuff, so whenever something goes wrong, it's like you get this huge error message and I have no idea how to work it out. Hello Blue, welcome back. Yes, I remember you, of course. Any remarks, the good and bad about C++? Not having state feels super foreign. Well, there's the state monad, so you can have state, sort of. It's like there's nothing mutable in Haskell, but it looks like it's mutable, basically, you can say. And you have to it's interesting to learn how it works. Remarks good and bad about C++. Well, my opinion is kind of like very stems from, I learned it 30 years ago, so and then I never really touched it again when I went over to like when I went to university, and then I got into web development, so then I haven't really touched C++. I would say, like, from a beginner's point of view, and using the tools that I had and the way that I learned it was not the best. I would say it's probably better to have someone like a teacher that can tell you that what's happening, and teach you how to use tools like a debugger, for example, because I was using log debugging all the way because I didn't know. I was using Notepad, original Windows Notepad, to build things in C++ at the time. And I didn't know about debugger, and I didn't know about anything, basically. And so, yeah, that was a horrible experience from that point of view. But it was really cool when I got something to work. It's more like you have state which explicitly transitions. Yeah, it's like you make a copy. You're basically making copies every time. You're making a copy of the state with small adjustments. That's what's happening behind the scenes, basically. A teacher that can ask you the right questions, that can ask you the right questions. Yeah. I mean, yeah, and look at what you're doing and then guiding you a little bit. Using Notepad must be a crime. Yeah, I mean, and then I got, I had this, like, tab. I had to use tabs because that's what you had in Notepad. And now I use spaces. But I got this, if I wanted to change something on each line, I had this motion, like, this kind of motion. I remember so vividly. I did this, this kind of motion to do some kind of editing. Oh my god, I'm not sure if I even want to think about that right now. Okay. Virtual functions in C++. See if I remember. Yeah, there was like virtuals. There wasn't there abstract as well, or was that C#? Yeah, I think, like, the thing is that C++ has changed a lot as well. Like, we didn't have lambdas, enclosures, and all that fancy stuff. There was templates, of course, classes, inheritance, multiple inheritance. Basically a mess is what it was. And not to get started with all the build system and all that. Man, yeah. I don't understand how I managed to do anything, to be honest. Like, and I got so many crashes due to invalid pointers and all that stuff. So it was, yeah, holy crap, man. I'm actually astonished that I managed to do anything at all. So yeah, but yeah, it was fun. Making like when you actually got something to work, that made the reward even better. Like, yeah, but yeah, it also meant that I couldn't really do much as well. Like, I tried to make like a multiplayer game through sharing like a folder with whatever it's called, like Windows Samba, whatever it's called, the old file sharing. You had some kind of file sharing thing, and then I tried to have like some kind of database that you shared. So one player would be the server and one would be the client, and you would read this file and synchronize with your client through this Windows file sharing on a local area network. It was a mess. I didn't know about sockets at the time. But I actually managed to make a chat client. I actually managed to make a chat program working. It was insane, really. Using that system. WebSockets did not exist at the time. It was, you know, you had to use like socket, like you know, normal sockets, or the thing that I did was weird and only worked for that specific setup. But I didn't know about how any of it worked. I just tried to solve a problem in any way I could. Zig build system is better than C make. I will say yes. I mean, make is a cool tool. It's just that C, like the build system in Zig is, you know, it has a lot of features built in. Actually, I don't really know how to make. I think make caches some of the things. Like some of the results are cached because when you, well, maybe that's not make actually. Maybe that's like the C compiler or something. When you have these object files, it doesn't recompile, or it somehow knows. I'm not sure if it stores the hash. Does it store the hash in the object file or something? I don't know. But anyway, let's see if we can figure it out here. Raw TCP. No, I wasn't using networking at all. I was just using a file, and I was using like Windows file system to access a file that was shared over a local area network. So I think I like hard coded in the file, that like the file name on the client to, like, I tried to look up what the file name would be, and then yeah, I don't remember how I did it now, but it was something like that. It was using like the old, I think it was Windows XP, perhaps. I mean, it wasn't Windows 95, but we had Windows 95, but that was earlier. I think it was Windows XP. And I think it's called like something like Windows Samba, that file sharing thing. The Samba protocol or something like that. No, because I was using the Windows file sharing, so it was just a file name in Windows. You could just, like, Windows knew how to, you know, Windows had, like, it was built into Windows, so Windows would wire up the sockets for you or something like that. Like it would know how to communicate through the network for you. You just have to have the file name that you could access to sync with the server. So you didn't need to use any sockets. And I didn't even know what socket was back then. I didn't even know what it was. So how could I have used it? It's basically think about the file name as a magic word for Windows to know how to, oh, you want this file, okay, well, let me grab the file from the server and provide it to you. So Windows would actually do the networking and just present you with the file. So it's kind of like having the file locally on your machine. It's a file sharing thing. Do you still use Windows? Yes. I use Windows as my host operating system, but I'm running the Zig in stuff in WSL, which is a Windows subsystem for Linux. So it's like there's like Ubuntu here with terminal-based Ubuntu with or Ubuntu or whatever it's called. You should do multiplayer game in Zig someday. Yeah, I have the game project that I do want to complete in some fashion or another, and then I do want to make some smaller games, because that game that I'm making right now is way too ambitious. Like it takes so much time, and I don't want to spend, you know, a couple of years doing the same project. I want to do smaller things, because I like variation. I've just come to terms with that. I can't do large projects. That's just not how it works. I want to jump from thing to thing. So yeah. Anyway, let's see what's happening here. So now we've got this going here. Okay, let's see if this works now. So that all looks good. Can we jump? Whoa. What the hell? What happened there? Did I like accidentally press wait. What did I press? Okay. Well, anyway, home and end works now. Cool. Maybe I pressed Ctrl C by accident or something. All right. I've been thinking of switching to like a VMware or whatever it's called, like VirtualBox or something, running something else. Maybe that works better. For some things it works better. Like WSL has some weird quirks to it. 1 second here. All right, now my borrowed time is up, so yeah, I have to quit now. But yeah, we've made a lot of progress on this. It's kind of cool to kind of implementing this terminal-based thing. So, but yeah, that's gonna be it for this time. We'll continue more next time. I'm not sure when it's gonna be, but yeah, have a nice